roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We are live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Listen, Women Crush Wednesday. What do women want? Get the perspective of a woman, you know what I'm saying exactly what they kind of desire or what they expect on first dates, or you know what I mean, just get the woman's perspective. I got one of my great friends and homies, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna brighten up the boxing section. Shout out to my homie Desiree. So we're gonna chop it up, just kind of go back and forth about the male perspective and then a woman's perspective, and just kind of just chop it up, kind of talk. Shout out to everybody that's coming through right now in the chat. Yeah, man. So we're gonna get live, man. So without further ado, my homie Desiree, y'all show her some love out here in these streets. Desi, what's up?
What's up?
Okay, so Desiree, tell the folks a little bit about yourself. You know, where you from, kind of, you know.
All right. From East Oakland, and I'm in my 30s now. Still out here single in these streets in this dating world. Trash, by the way. But yep. I work in healthcare, and I don't know what else is there to share.
Okay, so what is the expectations for a first date?
What'd you say? My computer froze.
Yeah, what is the expectations for a first date?
Well, before we even get to the first date, I would say like there would have to be good conversation beforehand. Like I know before like dating apps and stuff, people were just fine going on a blind date, just like literally meeting a stranger. But for me, even like for online dating apps and stuff, like you just have a picture to go off of at first and you guys talk, and then maybe you decide to exchange phone numbers and like actually like have a voice call and talk to each other and get to know each other, because then you can kind of fill out the vibe of the person and kind of see what they on and what they're about, and see if it's even worth your time to meet up for a first date. So if all that goes well, I mean, depending on what the interests are between both people, it really just depends on what you guys are interested in. Personally, for me, I like an activity, and I say like maybe go do go-karting or like a sip and paint, like something fun, simple, but still where you can talk to each other, versus doing something like going to the movies where you might get annoyed at the person trying to get to know you while the movie's playing, or having to do multiple activities because you saw a movie. So it's like you have to kind of go to dinner first or after the show because y'all can't talk during the movie. And if you already not feeling that person, then it's just like, damn, I really don't want to go to the movie. Like if you weren't really feeling them in the conversation at dinner.
Okay. What is a turn off? What would turn you off before getting to the date?
Um, a turn off? I don't know. Like if you just like conversation and like you just talk and you just like
I think she might have froze or something. Her computer might have froze. Hold on, let me get to the chat real quick though. Joe Hart, salute to you, man. Rob G Film. Big O, what's going on? My boy Coop, what's going on, John? What's happening? He said salute to Desiree, of course. We're gonna try to see if she come back on. Wait for her to come back on.
I'm still here.
Oh, why? What happened? You just stopped. Like,
You
yeah.
said no. You said you was gonna go to the chat. Where did it end off at? Because someone tried to call me, so maybe that's like why it like
Oh, that's what happened.
stopped.
That's what happened. Yeah. Max, YV, what's going on, fellas? So basically, I was asking what would be a turnoff before you get to the date.
Oh, I was saying if somebody is like, if their conversation is just like hella sexual, if they're asking like hella sex questions beforehand, or they're just like asking me hella reasons or questions about like, well, why are you single? Like, not to say that that's irrelevant, but if you're interested in knowing me and who I am right now, it should be that, not like digging so deep into my past prior and to like a first date.
Okay. When is it okay to start digging into your past?
I mean, I would say like after you just at least first like get a feel for the person. Like when you feel like you want to like take shit to the next level with that person, I say I guess that would be like when you can ask about like, oh, okay, we're like, were there any issues like in your last relationship? Maybe it's not even that it's bad to ask about it, it's the way people ask. And if
Hmm.
like you asked in a way like, hey, obviously you're single, so was there like anything from your last relationship that you kind of like learned from and you're like actively working on improving going forward, versus like, so were you crazy? Like who
Yeah.
who who would like respond positively to that?
Right. Right. Okay. So now, first date. Ideal first date, and what is the expectations?
Ideal first date. Okay, so if conversation and everything, the vibe was going right prior to this first date, I would say for me, an ideal first date would probably be going to eat, because Lord knows I love to eat, and probably going to like a Mexican restaurant to eat, and then doing an activity afterward, like either going like mini golfing or doing like bumper cars, paint and sip, maybe even like walking the lake. I don't know, just something simple. It doesn't have to be like super duper like over the top,
Okay.
but
I got you.
definitely
I
like
got you.
something we both would enjoy. I don't really like when people just try and do something that I would enjoy, but it's not necessarily something they like as a first date, because I feel like that makes it harder. Like
Okay.
one of my first dates I had was a game night. Like we played Nintendo Switch and board games because like that shit I'm into. But that was things that that person was also into too. So it made it like mutually beneficial for both of us, and then like kind of counted towards us having that much more of a better time because we both were participating in an activity that we liked
And you save some
versus
money too.
one
Shit.
sided.
Okay. So what's the expectation for the first date?
Be on time. If you're not gonna be on time, like communicate that, because shit does happen. There's traffic. Sometimes people have kids, babysitter don't show up on time, whatever. But like say that. Say like, oh hey, looks like I'm gonna be running behind a little bit. Don't say you running behind after you've already been running behind for 20 minutes. Um,
Right.
Shower. I feel like you shouldn't have to say that, but some
She must have got another call, so we're gonna have to wait for her response. But we're gonna say right side salute to my brother. Appreciate you for sliding through. But Big O's hilarious. That nigga said I ain't paying shit. Desi, you back? Okay. She got to put her phone on do not disturb or something like that. Um, niggas got to shower, man. Get your funky ass in the damn tub.
yeah, take a shower first. Um, be like, I guess, well groomed. Like, it's fine for me, like, if someone's not into getting like manicures all the time, but Don't show up with like hella dirty nails. Like I'm sure dudes don't like when girls' nails are like hella dirty either. So we don't like that either. Like brush your
Yeah,
hair if you have hair. Um Maybe not have your clothes be like super duper wrinkly. Look like you put a little effort into yourself. And yeah, I would say those are my expectations, and just show it like with the open mind and not an attitude. Like, because if you don't want to be there, you shouldn't have came.
for sure. Okay, so worst first date ever.
Ooh, where do I begin? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm trying to think. One of my, one that comes to mind. We have been talking for a few weeks again, met online, talked for a few weeks. Our first date, I think we went to like Chevy's to go eat. And when the bill came, like for me personally, I don't mind like going Dutch on a first date because I don't want the person to feel like I'm a food pimp. Like I only went out with you so you would pay for dinner or something. So like I don't mind going half on a first date. But the dude insisted that he paid the bill before we went on the date. And then when the bill came, like he did not touch the bill for like 30 minutes, but kept saying how he was ready to go. So it was like, so what are we doing here? I was like, okay. And then I think I had went to the restroom and I came back and he still had not touched the bill. So I picked it up and then he like snatched it and was like, "How much do you think it is?" I was like, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't adding things up, but I guess if I had to take a rough guess, like maybe around 100. So then he was like, "All right, well look and see what it is." And it was like I don't know, probably like $80. So 100 like with the tip or whatever. And then so he was like, "Oh, okay." And he like literally only left like I think just what the bill was, like no tip. And it was just like and the service was fine. So it's just like, huh? Like you're not gonna leave a tip and it's not included. So that was weird. So I ended up leaving the tip, even though he said he was gonna pay the bill. So maybe he was just being super literal. Another worst date I had as a first date, um, it was very thoughtful because he planned the date to go to like the Rose Garden. So that was nice. We walked around the Rose Garden and somewhere like in Oakland. And then after the date, we were like walking and talking around the area of the Rose Garden. But while we were talking, he asked me for $10,000 to start a clothing brand. And I was like,
What?
absolutely not. Like, what?
On a first date?
On a first date? Like, yeah, just think about it. And I'm like, no, it's been thought of. Like, no.
You niggas be saying anything.
So yeah, I think those are probably like my top two worst ones that come to mind.
Okay. So in a relationship, what are the factors? What are some of the important things that you enjoy or expect or um,
Well, when you say relationship, what do you mean? I mean like that term has so many different meanings these days. So do you mean like an exclusive relationship, like a
yeah,
one-on-one type deal?
like
Or
an
like
exclusive relationship. Like
okay.
if you can have an exclusive relationship, what are your pet peeves and what are some things that just make you get excited about a relationship?
Um I guess pet peeves would just be like someone that's not great at communicating their feelings or just communicating at all. And someone that's like elusive about that, that would drive me nuts just because like I'm a straightforward person and I don't really do the best at like holding back how I'm feeling. And I kind of express my feelings in a nonchalant way, even though like it will still be straightforward, but it can kind of come off as like me being an asshole. But I'm still like telling you how I feel. But if someone else doesn't like express how they feel, then like that would bother me because then I don't know where to go with you. And things that like make me excited are like when you're genuinely excited to talk to me or do things or just like spend time together. And then just like literally small things that are thoughtful. Like, oh yeah, like one time I was going on vacation. I was going on an international trip too. It was like, I think, I don't know however long the flight is from here to Singapore, but that's where I was flying, and it was going to be a super long flight, and I didn't have headphones. And my boyfriend at the time, like, he bought me a pair of Beats headphones because he was like, "Oh, I know you don't have headphones for your trip," because I was just gonna use like the headphones that used to come with the iPhone. I was just gonna use those for the whole time, and it was like, "Oh, that's really thoughtful. Like, thanks." Or like I play tennis too, and like somebody bought me a new racket. Or even just like, oh, like I know you skipped lunch today, so here's a couple bucks to buy yourself some dinner tonight or something. Like just small things, small gestures, I say, would get me excited because I'm a giver. Like I'm always doing stuff for others and always doing or trying to do things that would make like my partner happy. So when it's reciprocated, like that would be something I'm excited about because I do things not necessarily for the return. So when it is returned, it's like, oh, that's so sweet.
Okay, okay. So we're gonna get to a deep conversation. Hey, Santos, in a minute I got you. In a minute you can ask some questions. In a minute, but hold on, we gotta, you know what I'm saying. We'll get there. So, what would you rather have, right? Okay, would you rather somebody lie to you to save your feelings, or would you want the truth?
I would want the truth because I don't want someone to like omit things to spare my feelings or lie to me to spare my feelings because when I find out the truth, you've already like fucked up my feelings. So I'd rather you just be honest about it. Let me have like whatever reaction I'm going to have to it, whether I'm hurt or not, and then decide how I want to process it and move forward from it because I feel like I could deal with things better if you're coming at me honest than like me finding out from someone else or somewhere else that you were dishonest. And then it's just like, it creates a whole list of doubt because then it's just like, damn, so like you like this time, did you lie another time? And then it's like, damn, like now it's like, do I even trust you anymore? And all this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I would rather just be told the truth, like straight up and all the time, than like be lied to and have to second guess things moving forward.
Okay. Now the reason why I said that, right, is because I think sometimes people tell the truth just to get shit off, just so they can just so they can be free. Like if some shit be hunting them and shit like that, and they feel like if they tell and it's off of them, now it's on you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think most of the time people tell the truth. I think sometimes you have to lie to save somebody's feel, like to save somebody, because sometimes it's the best thing to do. Because at the end of the day, I don't know how much women really want the truth. To be honest with you.
Well, I think it depends on the type of woman you're dealing with, number one. And then number two, like the type of thing that you're holding back from. Like, for example, if it was like actually like if you told your girlfriend or if someone told their girlfriend or their wife like, "Oh yeah, like Tuesday night I'm going to go bowling with the guys," but actually went to like, I don't know, maybe ring shopping or just anything different from what they told them, like that's a lie. And then they find out like maybe 2 weeks later that you actually didn't go bowling, but it might have still hurt their feelings that you lied to them, but it's not as bad as like say if you held back information that like, oh, you hooked up with some chick on your friend's bachelor's party, something like that.
Mhm. So Do you think? What do you think is more important? If you
What do
had
you
to have, if you had to choose, what do you think is more important? Monogamy or honesty? If you had to choose one.
um I kind of feel like they go hand in hand, but I could be wrong. Um but I would say honesty then.
Okay.
If I had to pick one, I would say honesty because and I say honesty over monogamy, not honesty over uh well, I can't think of the word right now, but it's like I just feel like you should be honest no matter what, cause like if you're not feeling your partner or you want to do like different things with different people or you just like need a break, I think you should be honest about that and not like necessarily cheat on your partner and have them be in a cloud about what's going on or you're acting different, doing different shit, and then that person is just left to be confused by your actions instead of you just like saying what's up. Because maybe your partner's feeling the same way. And what if your partner's like,
That's fine. We go in and out. We're gonna add Centos to the conversation real quick. OG, what's going on?
What it do? What it do? Oh, almost messed up. How's it going, man?
Going cool, going cool.
And how's it going? What's your name? Desi?
yeah,
Desiree?
Desiree, Desi.
Desiree? Okay. How are you
Yeah,
doing? Uh,
good.
man, I really didn't know what you guys were talking about before I hit the chat, man. I've just been listening the last few minutes. I just got in my truck. But it is a subject that I'm quite familiar with, it seems. Um, but I'll listen for a few more minutes. I know you were asking her a few questions, and I'll chime in a little bit afterwards.
All right, I got you. I'm gonna take you off and I'll add you back on. Um, okay. So this is a question I'll be asking women too, and you'll be surprised about the answer. And I want to see where your mind is at as it pertains to it. Okay, would you rather a guy cheat on you or hit you? You have to choose one.
She,
See, it's crazy because a lot of women they'll say they rather be hit rather than cheated on, and I just never understood that. I just never understood that.
I don't want to get hit. That shit would hurt. I have zero desire to fight, especially a man. And I don't want to deal with anything that comes after that. But I mean, cheating hurts too, but it's a different type of hurt. And for me, it's just like, okay, well, if you cheat on me, then like obviously you don't really like me the way you say you like me. So peace out. It's easier for me to detach from you from that than like I feel like dealing with the emotional trauma of like a man putting their hands on you. Like, and that could just be from like my upbringing too, and like things that I've seen in my friends' relationships and other family members' relationships that have been in like domestic violence situations. Like, that's just never something I personally would want to experience and hopefully never do. But I have dealt with someone cheating on me. I'm still here, I ain't died. So it's like, I'll be okay. I'll find somebody else. And at the end of the day, like, if you feel like it's okay to cheat on me, then like, I don't need you. Like, you're not the one for me. And I mean, same for someone that hits me, but I would rather someone cheat than to get decked in my face and possibly have a nose broken, a tooth missing, or, just the emotional trauma of having to deal with that.
Now, so what is the deal breaker in a relationship?
Mm, I get, I don't know. I think for me, like probably one of the number one deal breakers probably would be like constant cheating or or maybe like someone cheated and had a baby on me, something like that.
Hmm.
But even still, I think that would depend because I have been in that situation before too.
Hmm.
And at first, like I was willing to work through that just because like the other girl, it was literally like a one time thing. It's not like they snuck off and had a whole relationship. So it was like legitimately an accident. So I appreciated the honesty when it did finally happen, but again, it wasn't something that happened at first. It was something I found out through somewhere else. So it's like I probably would have hurt less had they just come forward in the beginning than me finding out hella months later.
Damn, man, it's been tough for you, Dad. It's like shit.
So yeah, I would say something like that. But I mean, definitely a ultimate deal breaker would definitely like be somebody putting their hands on me or being physical in the negative way.
Okay. Okay. So if you can build your dream man, what are the five things that they have to have?
I want them to be respectful, honest, fun. I would want him to be fun. And I want him to be family oriented and I want him to be like really ambitious and like driven.
So they could be nerdy, hideous.
I mean, I would hope not, but you asked me for my top 5. So I think those are the things that would like stick out the most for me that I would want.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
got it. Yeah, one of my damn headphones just about died. So yeah. So I'm gonna add this old man back on, and he can probably ask you some questions, and we're just gonna chop it up for a little bit longer. I'm giving.
Okay.
I got about 15 minutes left in me. Santos, what's going on?
What's happening? What's happening? Yeah, I'm the old man, but you the one that gotta go to sleep a little bit sooner.
Calling you
Man,
out.
it's called weak batteries, man. They have batteries called Duracell. Kind of last a little while, you know. The energize pretty good too. You know, they keep that bunny charged up. Miss Desiree, how are you?
I'm good. What's up?
I'm living life, you know. Um, I heard the I was listening just now, of course, and uh, nice top 5 that you chose to go with as far as choosing the guy that what you would like in a guy. Um, Now I heard you said something about cheating um, outside of physical contact. What do you consider cheating?
Well, I feel like when you're being kind of like when you have to start hiding things, like that's cheating. Like if you're hiding your conversation that you're talking to other women, or you have to like sneak around to go out and meet with these other women, like that's cheating.
Okay, now as far as the conversations, you're saying you stick around hiding conversations. What type of conversations?
Well, I would assume like if they're conversations like that are talking about sex or intimacy, where you guys are expressing liking each other, or you are purposely seeking out to talk to women to like fulfill fantasies, or just like I don't know, talk about things with them that you feel like you can't talk to your partner about. Like that would be like cheating. And by talking about things you can't talk to your partner about, I mean like sexual things. Because I
Gotcha.
mean, people go to work every day and they might make like work friends that are of the opposite sex. But at some point, if the conversation like kind of switches gear and it's not really just talking about work and life in general and becomes a conversation of like you two, then like that's a little questionable. Especially like I said, when you start kind of like sneaking off or hiding the conversations, then it's like, oh, okay, like what's really going on? Like now you're catching feelings for this other person
So
and not
what? It,
the friendly
so
kind.
yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. That makes sense. But what if those conversations were like, let's say a female hit a guy up and she's just asking some random questions, and she might ask him about it. Uh, what's if he responds about her and me, but there's no one talking about really trying to get at each other or anything like that. What would you consider conversations like that to be?
Conversations where like the woman just randomly hits up the man and
Yeah,
they're just talking.
yeah, just random, like Instagram. You know how people may talk to each other through Instagram.
Yeah, I mean, I to me it'd be the same thing. For me personally, I don't care because, like, at the end of the day, like, you're a purple bubble. Like, I'm in his bed. We on different pages, sis. Like, but like I said, like once the conversation turns into like y'all trying to meet up, like that's a little bit different because then it's like you
Right,
want to meet up
but
for what?
I'm saying it's not anyone trying to meet. I'm just saying that, you know, the chick may be saying, "Hey, how you doing? You know, you're a handsome guy. Uh, you know, what do you like to do?" And then she'll probably say, "What size you are," or something, something crazy. And then you may respond in, I may be this size, maybe that size, but what are you working with? You know what I'm saying? But then it's a laughable conversation. At the tail end of it, and then
Man, how the hell is that gonna be laughable?
I
it
was just
just
about to say that's not laughable. Like that's the.
I,
I
I,
mean,
I'm
he's
saying I'm saying
clearly
they're not.
flirting, and then
They
if
clearly
you
wouldn't have.
kind of pose that question back, like you're flirting back, like that's how it
Yes,
would
it's
look.
flirting. It's definitely flirting,
Yeah.
but it's not. There's no emotions in it. Is what I'm getting at. It's just it's just uh, random people just hit somebody up and it starts from there. But there's nothing to it, and then it's over with at that point. And they don't even talk to each other anymore.
Well, if that's it and that's all, then like then that's all it is. But I also think if that's those are things that like you do, like not you personally, but whoever it
Oh,
would
I've
be
done
like
it.
in that like whoever it would be in that situation, I think that would definitely be something they should share with their partner or kind of like discuss that as being something that may occur throughout their relationship. So that way it's kind of already established that like when this happens, it doesn't mean shit. Versus like if you don't have that conversation, then it leaves your partner like if they find that DM, then it's like, well, what the fuck? Like he's flirting with girls and Instagram, because then that's what it's gonna look like versus like, oh no, like I mean I am, but I don't really care about her, and that's where it ended. Like it'd be more understanding from that yeah aspect when you explain it like that from the beginning than like having to find all these DMs later where it's like where it looks like you're flirting back with people versus just like it being entertainment for you.
Well, that's pretty much what something like that, in my opinion, equates to. If no one's trying to hook up, now
Yeah.
it doesn't mean that one person may not be trying to hook up because a lot of times, I don't know about for some guys, but a lot of times females will hit me up and they're trying to make some money. And guess what? I'm not trying to spend any, but I am willing to look at your anatomy for free. So it becomes me being more of a con man and having a little entertainment and it not mean anything. Uh, I've had situations like that, but at the same time, I'm asking you this. I'm dealing with this on a personal level, but I'm asking you this because I've asked different females about this to get their take on it because um, I've had some situations, and I didn't even remember some of these conversations I had. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't have any meaning to them, and it was so long ago. But anyway, I was just looking. I've heard some females say, "Yeah, that is cheating," and then some say, "Nah, I don't think that's cheating." Or it doesn't. It didn't. Don't sound like it meant anything. So that's why I was asking you that, because I know different females at different places. And
Yeah.
I've only heard one guy say that he constituted as cheating. But me personally, if there's no feeling in it, and there's no emotions in it, no one's really trying to make a relationship out of anything or hook up physically or anything like that, I see that as, you know, I look at it like going to the mall, looking through the window, window shop, not trying to buy anything, or going to the store looking at grapes, but not eating them. So it's
Yeah.
the way I look at it. I just wonder, have you been married before? I've come late to the show.
Never.
Never. Yeah. Um, so when you the guy that I've heard you say your five top characteristics that you're looking for in a guy. Um, would that be the husband type that you're looking for on those based on those five characteristics, or would you be looking for a little bit more than those five characteristics?
Well, it would definitely be more than five. Kyle's question asked for the top five. So
Correct.
that was like my quickest. Those are like the top things I could think of for a top five. But I mean, I would definitely want them to have more qualities than only five things.
Right. So
Okay, we
what?
got Champion Heart coming in, and we got Best Pugilist coming in.
All my
Welcome.
brothers.
Yo, what's going
Good
on?
man,
Brother.
fellas,
How
what's
you
going
doing?
on?
All
All
right, all
right,
right.
back.
So
Is that Desiree?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, how you
Desiree, go
doing?
ahead.
I'm good.
Hello there.
Um, is that really you in the picture there? Or are you catfishing?
No, that's really me.
Okay, I'm just messing with you. Okay. How old are you?
31.
31. Okay. Now when you were naming the top five, and you had talked about you had said something to the sort of making sure that they take showers or take baths. And I was saying, I was like, what kind of guy was she dating where she's got to tell them to wash their ass? I mean, did I misunderstand that?
A little bit, because Kyle's question was like, what were things that you would expect from a guy on a first date? So, yeah, I said to shower. And my example from that was like people wanting to meet up for like coffee dates after work, and they work in like construction or something that's like kind of laborious, and they may need to shower first before even meeting up for coffee.
Oh, okay.
They don't really count that as like a date. Like
Right.
you're still meeting somebody for the first time. So in my opinion, you should still present yourself in like, your best self, instead of
Right.
like, I get it, you have a job and everything, but it's still like not an excuse. And although you may not smell yourself, other people might.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I totally misunderstood what what you said because I. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Definitely makes sense. So, being the age that you are now, do you find yourself dating men your age or dating younger men or more mature men?
I've always dated older. Um, but I don't know, like hitting my late 20s to now these early 30s. I've dated like people closer to my age. I even dated someone that was younger than me. I didn't even say like dated. Like I went on dates with
Right.
people that were younger than me. But I don't really have like an ideal dating age range or anything that I would want to date. However, right now I definitely wouldn't want to date anyone like in their like mid 20s just because I feel like most of the time they're not super like mature or we don't really have the same interests. And I think that's why I've always like dated older men because our interests kind of align more.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's funny you say that because I've dated younger women, and that's some of the what you said is the exact very same thing that that they expressed. Is there some of the things that you just said?
Yeah, because I wouldn't even say like they're immature because I mean honestly like they're acting their age. Like
Right.
you're young. You should be exploring life and figuring things out like in your early and mid body even has it all together in their late 20s, but at least like having an idea or taking the steps forward towards that idea, I would hope that you're doing in your late 30s. And that's why I said, or not late 30s, like late 20s. But that's why I said, like, one of my top five would be like them being ambitious or having drive. Because at least, like, if you have those things, and you find a passion or figure out like what you're really good at and you work towards that, like you can be successful in that versus like having one of my top five things be I want them to be rich. Like, just
Right.
because they're rich doesn't mean like they're gonna be a good person, or have ambition or have drive or be passionate. So I would want somebody who's really like fueled by doing things that they like and figuring out the things that drive them and like working towards their goals so that way they can sustain being successful.
Right. Now, let me ask you this. One of the things that I hear a lot of young ladies say is that they have all of these expectations that they want in someone that they're dating, but they themselves don't want to prepare themselves for the type of individual that they're actually seeking. They more so just want you to accept them with their faults, um, their level of being unstable. They want you to accept all that and just deal with it. I mean, do you think that uh, as a young woman that there are things that you should prepare yourself for, to seek out this gentleman that you may be wanting to date? You understand what I'm saying?
I do hear what you're saying. I think for me, my situation is a little unique in the sense that, like, I date, but I don't date with the intention of forming a romantic relationship with people or like finding my husband. Like, I date to meet people, have like positive interactions, get to know people. And like, if something forms from that, I'm open to it, but it's not my initial intention in dating the person. I feel like I really have to get to know you and feel a connection in order to even want more from you and to want to spend more time with you and to even entertain the idea of like forming a relationship with you. But again, that's just me. And my goal has never really been like I've never looked at myself as someone who's like dreamed about like getting married. For me, it's always been like, well, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And another thing for me is like I feel that way because like if I get married, I don't want to get divorced. So I'm fine with us being in like a relationship for many, many years if that's what we decided. But like getting married for me is like a huge ultimate step. So it would be like I said, it's never anything I really looked at as doing.
Okay. Um, Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you about to
I
say?
don't know, that was it.
How you doing, everyone? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
Hey, Troy, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. I got a question
Troy
for you.
Graham.
Hey, good. I have a question for you, young lady. Can you
Okay.
tell us? Can you tell us more about the $10,000 man, the one that asked you for $10,000 on the first date? I mean, yeah. I mean, did you call his bluff? I mean, I would have called his bluff and said, "Okay, fine. I'll give you 10 grand, but I want 50%."
Oh my God, no. Okay, well, see, okay, I'll tell y'all a little bit about him. So I met him online too. We talked for a few weeks. Well, we talked for about a week online, exchanged numbers, and then probably like communicated on voice call and text for about 2 weeks before like we finally set up that first date.
So that just came out of nowhere. Him asking for.
The rose garden. He was, I guess, was into plants, maybe, because he was telling me about all the different flowers, and then even was able to like name some of the birds. So we're walking and talking, and we sit on the bench, and then we start talking more. And he's telling me like, "Oh, I've really gotten to know you, and I really like you, and all this stuff." And I had shared with him like what I do for work and where I work, and so that might be why he decided that he should ask me for $10,000 because he felt like I had it to give. But either way, he asked for the $10,000, and I was like, no thanks.
Man,
Um,
Oh,
bold.
okay, now did he
yeah,
have any paperwork to prove that he
no,
started a
no,
business
no,
or
no,
anything? Nothing.
none of that. It was just straight
Dang.
up asked me, like told me, all, and these, him wanting to start a clothing brand was nothing like he had mentioned in any of our conversations prior to that first date. We had talked about like life goals and things like that. So him mentioning like that clothing thing had never been a thing before. So when we were talking and he busted out with that, he's like showing me pictures online of like suits and like shirts that he wants to design, and then asked for 10 grand to start it. And I was like, huh? Like I was
He,
really thrown off by that. And then like I thought he was joking. So I was like laughing a little bit.
hmm
And
I
but
bet.
and he still like
he
had
didn't
me
have his own designs to show you.
that
He was
he's
showing you
like
other people's clothing.
he didn't have his own designs. He had like pictures
Damn.
from Google that he was showing me like, "Oh, I want to do something like this. I want to do something like this." Like, well, here's an idea. Like, what if you give me $10,000 and then I could start it? Like, we could have a business. And I was like, no,
At least he said we.
Right, right.
no,
Uh, now, that's not the same. Now, the $10,000 man is not the same dude as a shower man, is it?
no. There was no
Okay.
shower man.
Oh, well, okay.
I didn't
Okay.
meet
I'm just
anybody that
checking.
needed to take a shower. That was just like a general statement.
Because listen, I'm so far removed from dating, I can't get in my head that you're going on a date and the first thing you should want to do is take care of your hygiene.
I agree. That's
Yeah.
what I said. Like
What
now
kind of
the norm has moved for like usually or typically you would expect the first date to be like, you guys go out to dinner somewhere or maybe even like see a show, like something like that. But
so?
now the norm has moved from a first date to being coffee. Like that's what people do as a first date. Let's go get coffee. So
Still
it's
shouldn't be
not taken, I
funky
guess,
over a
like as
latte.
seriously
You
as
know?
like
Yeah, you shouldn't be funky over a latte either. Yeah, I'd like a blueberry muffin and and a latte or whatever, a chai latte. I don't even drink coffee, and I like some deodorant on the side. Which is just terrible.
Yo,
Yeah.
I like speaking of first dates, I like, active stuff. So I always try and set something up to where, we could do something, active. You know what I'm saying? Hello? What happened?
We're
Did we
here.
lose her? I think we lost her.
She got a call probably.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, where do you know her from, Kyle?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you.
Can hear
Yeah,
you
my
good.
yeah, we
bad.
can
I
hear
don't know
you.
what happened. It disconnected.
I, let me say something real quick, and then I'll just shut up and let everybody else talk. I got a daughter that's a year older than you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tell her, look, this is what you should do if you want to set up the first date, just to check them, you know, take them to the range first, because she like going to the range. I said, well, take them to the range, show them your skills a little bit, and then say, yeah, yeah, you know, you want to go anyplace else? You feeling hungry? And if they like, nah, I just want to go home, then he ain't for you. There you go. See?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially if that's something that she likes to do, um, then like finding somebody who shares that interest would be appropriate. But to people who aren't really into that, that might come off as like aggressive and really loyal, or assertive and really aggressive, and kind of sending the message like, well, if you fuck with me, I'll kill you type of deal, versus like you're not really being even open to giving them a try or seeing what they're
Hey,
about, because you're automatically telling them like, I'll kill you. So that's
it
maybe
can,
a
but
turn
it
off for
it
them.
can, but it also tells them that you'll protect yourself. So you know, don't even try it.
No, I don't disagree
Yeah.
with that, but I'm saying like someone who would not see it that way would probably look at it as like her not being open to giving that person a try, or that she's automatically thinking that he's not worth shit because you're just setting the tone of like, I'll kill you. But
Mm,
someone who is into like shooting and going to the range may be like, hey, this chick is cool. Like, I like her.
right.
So
Now,
it all
do
depends.
you
That's
cook?
why
Do you cook?
I cook for me.
That was that. I'm asking. Yeah. Do you cook? I guess I phrased it wrong. Can you cook? Will be the better way
Yeah.
to ask it straightforward. Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
I
Good.
don't cook like grandma used to, but I
Do
cook
you
for
cook like
me. So I
auntie?
get by. Huh?
Do you cook like auntie?
I, I guess my aunties didn't cook for me, so I don't know.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, you know how to
I'm
boil
no
water and
chef.
make
I
rice,
wouldn't cook
right?
like Thanksgiving dinner or anything like that. I cook basic things.
You could make rice, right?
Well, kind of. It's a struggle. I'm not even gonna lie. Rice is one of my struggles. Like I've given up on it for now. I'm to the microwavable rice because I also don't have a lot of time in my day to cook and do meal prep. So it's just like I've just reverted back to doing what's easy.
Chicken.
I don't eat meat.
Oh, good. You're a vegan, so you throw down
No,
with the
I'm
beans. No,
pescatarian. I eat seafood, but I just don't eat chicken, beef, or pork.
you
So
could
you
cook
would
salmon
say,
then. You
Yeah,
could
I
cook
used to
salmon.
cook. I mean, I used to cook those things when I ate them.
Okay.
But I haven't in the last like 2 years.
Mm. I'm not asking for me. I got a nephew that's
Oh
your
no.
age, and you know he's a stock man. He's a stock man and all that stuff. That's what he does. He's a stockbroker. So yeah. So you know maybe y'all could meet and y'all could hook up. I could guarantee you that he will take a shower because I helped raise him. And yeah, and he's not gonna ask you for no money neither. He ain't gonna
And the
ask you for
bill
no
ten
damn
thousand
money.
dollars.
Nah, I ain't gonna ask you. Ain't gonna ask you for a damn thing on the first date. He ain't gonna ask you for nothing. Trust me.
Oh, that is a plus.
Well, all right, y'all. We're gonna have to let Desi go, man.
Oh, you kicking me off, Kyle? No.
Oh, you. Oh. I thought. Hey. No. You can stay. 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 You ain't gotta go nowhere. No, this is good. This is good. I was just trying to make. I was just trying to be respectful of your time.
Well, I have a question for the guys in the group. How, for dating purposes, would you be comfortable dating an independent female or not?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I prefer an independent female.
Real quick. We got a question. Highwayman. Even though you should have put in the super chat, I'm gonna let her read the question.
Okay. Someone asked if a trip abroad for a weekend is too much for a first date after a week of conversation. Honestly, I feel indifferent about this because I have been in this situation. Someone asked me, like, we had been talking for about 2 months. They lived in a different state, so that was pretty much why we hadn't met yet. But they asked for the first date to be like a trip because I'm always looking for a vacation. Number one, I like traveling, and that person likes traveling too. So I think that's why he suggested it. He hasn't really seen much of California and did want to go to Reno, Nevada, because it was close to one of his work sites. So he had asked, like, "Oh, do you want to go to Reno for the weekend?" And I just, at first, I was like, "Oh, well, that would be fun." And then I thought about it, and it's like, maybe not, like, because that's like our first date. And then it's just like so many things that come along with that, because then you have to think about, well, depending on like the conversations that you've had with that person and the directions that you guys choose to take things, if you're going on a weekend getaway, are you staying in the same room or not? Because in my opinion, if you stay in the same room, it kind of sets the tone as like, well, we humping. Versus like if you get a separate rooms, then it's like we're here as friends, like we're still getting to know each other, and leaves less room for temptation to that, um or to doing more than that. So that's something to think about. And then two, if you don't really know that person, and say like you guys have to drive there together, if the guy is driving, like what if he try and kill you? Like that might be a thought that we have. Like what if he kidnaps you and sells you off somewhere? Like you don't really know that person because it's a first date. You guys, it's first time hanging out. So I think it varies, and it depends on like how much you trust the person and how much you guys have talked about and really how much you know about them. So that way, if you do kind of feel unsafe, like as a female, then you can like send stuff to your friends, like, this is the license plate. These are pictures of him. Here's his social media profile. Here's my location. If anything happens to me, this is where you start, type of deal. That's
I
my
think I,
opinion.
I you said that very well, but I think that works both ways for males and
Yeah, I
females.
agree.
And Highwayman, you know you're my brother, but uh, on a first date, I wouldn't think to do that because you still need to get to know the person, male or female, and there's that when you do it abroad, there's a different level of expense that comes with that, and are you
Right.
willing to invest this level of expense into another person just to be on a date with them before you really get to know them? You never spend any time with them. It doesn't matter how much or how little; it's just the significance of it. And then the fact that anything could go wrong, or one person could be like Desiree is saying, a serial psychotic type person, not knowing it. I mean, the other person not knowing that. So it's a lot of unknowns there. So I think it's best to keep it simple. A local date, dinner, and a movie, maybe. If not a movie, I don't know what they do nowadays, but you know, just maybe go to a comedy show or something. I don't know, but I think it can be a little bit simpler, and still get to know one another before you
Yeah,
move to that level. You know.
I agree. Because like for that situation for me with the whole going to Reno thing, we changed it around because I kind of expressed feeling basically not comfortable with going that far. For
And
me,
you shouldn't feel comfortable.
yeah, and it
You
was just
you
like, and
shouldn't.
I didn't feel comfortable because like he offered to drive and he offered to pick
Okay.
me up. So it's like
No.
no, and
No.
then
Let me tell
we
you what.
compromised and met in San
That
Francisco.
is that is a charming kidnapping. That's what the hell that is.
I agree.
Yeah.
You made the right
No.
decision.
No. No.
Yeah.
No. And then finish up with a hell no. I got brothers. No.
Right.
Or I got that one crazy uncle with the twitch from the wall.
Yeah,
No.
I said no. For me, like I don't think as a first date it would work. Like I said, initially it sounded cool because it was like, oh yeah, like we both like traveling, that would be fun. And at that time, like I did want like a little mini vacay, so it was like cool. But the more I sat and thought about it, I was like, actually, how about no? How about you
I,
just fly to San Francisco? I can drive there. I'll meet you there. We can hang out in the city, and then I can go home. Like I still have control over the
nah.
situation.
I would
So
feel safer. Look. If you were my daughter, I'll be telling her, look, why don't you just do a Zoom, and both of y'all can watch the Time Traveler's Wife. That's all the traveling the hell you
as
need
a
with this
first
dude you
date,
don't know. Yeah, you don't know this mother. You
you
don't
don't
know
know
him.
anybody you going on a first date with.
Well, hey, do a Zoom and have a candlelight dinner on Zoom or something on the first
Well,
date
we've already
and see.
talked and we FaceTimed
Mhm.
before. It's the meeting part, like doing an
Listen,
actual date.
I could talk. I could
So
talk with the best of them. It don't mean that I'm that person, even though I am that person. But this whole I want to take you out for the weekend thing. As soon as I saw that red flag on the first date, you get the hell out of here. No, no,
well, some
Well,
girls
you
like
you
that.
should you
That's
should
where the whole
assume you
concept
should
of
assume
getting
that.
flued out came from. Like I said, I'm not. Obviously, I ain't that way because I didn't go. But like some people, like now that social media has made that a thing, like for
no.
some people, it's become a norm. They
I'll tell you
expect.
what. Tell him to come to you because your family owns an Airbnb where you live, and he can stay there for the weekend. How
That's
about
what.
that?
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't state that. I live in Vallejo. I'm from the Bay Area, so San Francisco is only a 30-minute drive from my house. So
Okay.
he lived in DC and he travels for work. So like I was saying,
Okay.
one of his sites is near Reno, Nevada. Then he's never been to Reno. So that's why he was saying, like, oh, well, since Reno's only a 3-hour drive from you, why don't I just fly to San Francisco and then we could drive to Reno together? Then I could see Reno, you could have a vacation. And I was like, actually, no. So why don't you just fly to
No.
San Francisco? I'll meet you out there. We can hang out in San Francisco and then I could go home like a
And I could
regular date.
and I could counter that by saying, why don't you just have them come to your town and stay at a bed and breakfast somewhere by you
Oh,
or
my
whatever,
town
and
has
and that
nothing. That's
yeah.
why San Francisco has more to offer than this little
Now,
this little comma
well,
of a town. So there's nothing out
what
here. There's
the
absolutely
Motel
nothing
Six
to
out
do.
there? Yeah, you got Motel Six, right? Right?
I highly doubt he would stay at Motel 6 and I'm not going there. So
No,
I
no,
would
no,
rather go
him.
free.
He's going there. That's where
He
he's
doesn't
going.
need to be down the street from me.
Okay, what I'm
He can
saying
be
is
in San
tell him,
Francisco. He got a car.
tell, tell him that's where you
You
are, or
breaking
like
up, Chris. Can't hear you.
something like that. All right, because the whole take you out for the weekend thing is really like, and that's what's that no.
Okay,
No.
so let me answer your question, Desi. You were saying we have a problem. You said dating an independent woman. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That I personally think that um, our women have been compromised with that independent. I don't need a man type of mentality. I think it's one reason why you see a lot of single mothers because of that. Uh, I don't need a man type of mentality. When you say independent, what do you exactly mean?
Well, by independent, I mean, okay, just to give you guys backstory, I've gotten a lot of feedback about, and even in my own experiences of dating, that perhaps I'm intimidating, or that men find me intimidating, or find women who are successful and doing well without a man. They find them to be intimidating, so they're not really into dating them. So someone that like has their own car, has their own place, has their own money, has a good job, has like everything going for them, and basically like, hate to see it, but like kind of maybe makes the man feel like they're not needed, in that sense, in terms of like needing a provider or needing to be rescued, so that can come off as intimidating. So I've been told things by men even to like maybe lie about what I do for work, or maybe not tell people that I have my own place, or things like that, so that way I can seem more appealing and make men feel like they're needed. So just wanted to get feedback on that.
Would you, Pugils, you got anything to say on that?
No, I would prefer to date a woman that's independent and doing things in her life, as opposed to one who's not. So I have
Right.
no problem, no issue with that. And a woman shouldn't, you work hard in your life to get to where you've gotten. So really, that shouldn't be your concern. Like if a man can't deal with a woman who's worked hard to put herself in that position in her life at that point, she shouldn't really be concerned about that or them. You know, date men that won't be intimidated by you. Simple as that. It's not rocket science. So keep it
I,
simple. Like, yeah, if the men are gonna be scared to deal with you, if you don't want to. That's not who you want to deal with.
I
You want to
agree.
deal with people who see you equally, who see you equally. You don't got
I,
to do no
I,
charity. You don't have to do no charity. Because like my mother used to always say, shit. She used to always say, shit. I could do bad by my damn self. You know.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and the truth is, you're not dating the person's status. So why should that intimidate you? Why should you care what the person does? Why should you be intimidated by someone else's strength when you should have your own?
Well,
I don't.
I definitely agree with that, because that is how I date. Like
Yeah,
I don't base my dating off of like what someone does for a living or how much money they have. Like I literally like date for the personality and their like values and their qualities. So those aren't things that like wealth. It's nice if they do have it, but it's not a deterrent if they don't. Because like I said, if they have like the success and drive, like eventually like they'll get there, eventually like they will be successful, once they find that. And I don't like throw in people's face like what I do or how much money I make. Like I usually tend to
you
like
shouldn't.
I keep it to myself, because I don't want people to feel like I'm throwing it in their face, especially if I know like what they've told me for work. Like if I know significantly, like that's they probably don't make anything close to what I make. Like I'm not going to be like, "Oh yeah, well, I make 2 times that money." Like I've had people do that to me, and it's just like it makes me feel like you're trying to chop me down or like minimize the hard work that I've done to get to where I'm at. Especially because like I value my job, I like what I do, so for me it's very like rewarding and I feel fulfilled by what I do. So if someone were to come to me and basically say like, "Oh, that ain't shit," like I would feel away. So I'm not going to do that to somebody that I'm talking to, because you don't know like what it took for them to get to that point. So like that's not something I would do to somebody.
And if they're that petty, I don't care what it took for them to get to that point, because I had this conversation on another panel too. And the brother came out. It all started off an article, and there was a brother, and I had a video attached to the article, and the brother said that once a woman reaches a certain financial plateau, nobody's gonna want her. What kind of backwards ass stupid stuff is that? That's stupid. I've never heard that type of weak wrist, weak back bull in my whole life. Ever.
I
I've never heard that.
agree because I've heard it multiple times, and like I said, like for me personally, I just feel like I'm doing the bare minimum necessities of adulting. So for some people to say like I'm quote unquote doing too much or I'm like super successful and that's a deterrent, for some people, it's like a little discouraging because I feel like those should be things that I guess make me more appealing because I do have the basic necessities and I'm able to provide them to myself on my own without like asking people to pay my PG&E or like launching into dating somebody and the conversation shifts to like, oh well, all these bills are due, I don't know what I'm gonna do, can you help me out, like, and you're just trying to get to know a person, like, but some men like that, like some men like women that kind of need to be rescued and some men just like feeling needed in that sense. But like I said, for me, like I don't exude that. So not sure if that's been a issue in my dating life or not, but it's definitely something that I've heard more than once.
Yeah, you might
Right.
hear it, but it's no
Yeah.
big deal. You just gotta stay with. Like I'm telling, like my daughter, my oldest daughter, she just turned 18, and it's what I've been telling her to just be, you know, who you are. You got your own personal goals and things that you're striving to accomplish, and that should be your focus. You understand? Don't worry about what any particular guy thinks or do. You make him you make him bow to your will. Because if he really digging you like that, he'll do what he needs to do. You know, and if not, then that's not who you want to be with. Because dating, when it comes to dating and finding a person that's good for you, it's one of the hardest things that most people have to do in their life. Because most people are not taught how to date properly and find the proper person that's going to fit into their life properly. It's not as easy as people try to make it out to be. It's a real science to that. But you have to take it seriously too. Like it's something because you get the wrong person, you're gonna waste time and blow valuable. You could waste a lot of time and blow valuable years. You're not getting that time back. Then it's gonna have to become a lesson that you learn from. Try to learn. There's a lot of people. I'm sure if you look around, there's a lot of people you can learn from their mistakes just by looking. You know, when it comes to that. So you want to make sure that when you're out there dating, you know, make a list for yourself and know exactly what you're trying to accomplish with it. Make a checklist and make sure a person meets as many of those things that you want. Because they don't, it's just it's a lot of people out there. You just move on and find someone who actually can meet those things. Because like I said, when you lose that time, you ain't getting it back. Then you have to just chalk it up for experience and learn from it. And hopefully it's not that's going to hurt you too bad or affect you in a way that you're going to take a long time to recover from. Especially for the women, especially for the women, because y'all have to be more careful. That's like I'm telling my daughter. I said you got to be more careful because your ass could get pregnant.
Yeah, that's
You could get pregnant. That guy ain't. And 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be stuck with the kid having to deal with those things. So you have to take a different perspective all the time. You can't think the way you can't think. It's funny we talking about this subject tonight. Because we were just talking about this, me and some people yesterday about like a lot of women um thinking they could do what a man could do, and I'm like, they cannot. They can't. Women
Nope.
can't do what a man could do.
Nope.
Because like I said, if a man dating a lot of women, they're gonna be looking at him as he the man, he a stud, this and that. If a woman do that same thing, she gonna be looked at as a hoe.
So
Straight up.
don't be listening to Steve Harvey. Think like a
Nah,
man and
nah.
act. Yeah, don't listen to Steve Harvey.
Yeah, don't listen to that shit. Cause a woman is, the simple fact of the matter is a woman is a sacred feminine, man. Y'all responsible, females are responsible for the life of our species. So you can't be having a whole bunch of like a lot of women trying to live like that's that Americanism shit. You trying to live like a man and doing the things and you being with a bunch of different men before you find somebody. You don't want to do that shit. Putting all them bodies on that soul seed on you. You don't want to do all that shit. You want to minimize that. Just be strategic in what you're doing. And ain't nothing wrong with that because that's your life. You're responsible for yourself. So some guy ain't gotta like what you doing for yourself because keep it, excuse my French, he'll fuck you over and move on to the next one. So you better, like I'm telling my daughter, I said, you better protect yourself because most of these guys not gonna care about you like that. They not. It's a game to them. So you protect yourself. You make them have to be the man they supposed to be because it's a lot of boys out there. It's not a lot of men. So you make them prove that shit.
I tell you what, before I jump out and wish everybody a good night, I don't know your name, young lady. I'm sorry. I'm Troy.
I'm Desiree. Hi.
I didn't hear you.
Desiree.
Oh, Desiree. Okay, cool. Well, Miss Desiree, I can tell you what. I would suggest you get offline a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you the best place to find a man. You wanna know the best place?
I hope you don't say church.
I was gonna say the laundromat. Any man that'll take time no, listen, hear me out. Any man that'll take time to separate the whites and the colors and wash his own clothes and fold them up. No, you all laughing, but this is what happened to me. I was in the laundry.
No, I'm not.
I do that shit.
No, because I go to the laundromat.
Yeah.
So,
I do that.
right.
That's why I'm laughing.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, because I was in the laundromat doing that, and this older sister came up to me and she said to me, you single, aren't you? I said, yeah. Adam, how do you know that? And she said, I could tell, because you're very particular, but you're probably a good guy. She got on the phone. I'm not lying to you. She got on the phone and did a FaceTime with her daughter. Once I told her my age, and she's like, baby, I found you one. And he a good one too. See how he fold his towels and everything. See how the edges match up and everything. Her daughter was fine, and she was a police officer. So, well, I ain't interested in that. I'm interested in the handcuffs, but that's not a story for you to hear. But what I'm saying is, any man that'll sit there, wash his own clothes, separate colors, take the time to fold them and do all that, maybe that's a good dude. He's patient. And he know how to save his money too. So there you have it. I got a child that's a year older than you. So I'm still pissed about that one about going away for the weekend. Look, I'm still pissed about that. That I don't give a damn about the $10,000 man, but the going away for the weekend thing pissed me off. So you have a good night and be safe out there. And I'm serious about the being safe part here.
Well, thank you.
All right, Troy, take it easy, man.
All right, man.
Yeah, Peeves, you was laughing for the same reason I was laughing.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, when you said that, I was the same reason. Like, that was me. That was me for many years. That was me.
Well, Desiree, it was definitely nice meeting you. I gotta fall out. I gotta study for this test,
Yeah,
man. I gotta go to the DMV in the morning get this endorsement on my license.
yeah,
Um, so I gotta fall out, man.
yeah.
So it was definitely good talking with you tonight,
Yeah,
and
thanks for joining.
it was definitely. Now I get with you, Fuse. Good to
Yeah,
see you,
yeah,
brother.
yeah, yeah. I'll be on for. I'm only gonna be on for a little while longer because I'm here at work.
Yeah.
Work taking care
All
of some
right.
things. So I
Yeah,
just
best
got.
of luck to you.
I was checking earlier. I didn't see him on, so I saw him on.
Right, right. Okay.
Mm. Oh, Cinto, you back on? Cinto, hello?
I think he was
I have
in
my,
the.
I have my
You back
mic
on?
muted.
Oh,
You back on?
here he
Yeah.
Yeah,
goes.
I'll probably go right back out again. Uh,
Are
because I'm
you in
getting
that
close to
area?
that bad
That
highway area.
area? That bad area? That bad zone? Yeah.
Can y'all hear me
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
you're all right. Come.
Desiree, I wanted to say this a little earlier, but I wasn't on the panel at the time. I got knocked off for the local. I travel for work. Well, I won't say travel like it's extravagant. I'm driving for a living.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so what I like to, what I did want to say, what my man was saying earlier was spot on in my opinion. I too have a daughter, 32 years of age. I'm very proud of her. She's a beautiful girl, smart girl. She uh, she makes decent money for herself. She's engaged to a young man that I admire a lot. Um, and a lot of things that you were saying, Destiny, earlier, I agree with as well. And like Jesus, I'm all for the independent woman. You know, if she's independent, ambitious, that's what I'm looking for personally. And I think most guys should look in that area as well because um, if the guy has ambition for himself, you know, I feel like I'm an ambitious guy. Um, so I'm looking to mirror myself with a woman who's wanting to reach for some goals in life, you know, and things of that nature. So I don't like the weak or low self-esteem women. You know, I like women that have ambition about themselves that want to that want to be. It's not going to depend on a man to figure out what they're going to do from day to day to get by. And that's one thing I've always tried to instill in my daughters to not wait on any guy or be dependent on any guy. Make your own way. And then when you meet a guy who's able to, he may not be exactly on the same financial level you on, but if he's ambitious, he's working towards some goals, trying to get to a certain point in his life, then he could be that guy that you may want to hang out with. You know, of course you want to check all the other boxes as well. You know, make sure he's not a serial killer, or rapist, or whatever. You know, or narcissist or anything like that. But just saying, you know, it doesn't always. It doesn't. It doesn't. I shouldn't. Me personally, I don't think I'm looking for that rich, wealthy woman because she's probably already settled in her ways and probably got some nasty ways about her, or you know, just she may be my way or the highway type. And I don't want a woman looking. I don't think a woman should be looking for a man who's about money or already got money or whatever, because he may or may not be the right person for her. Already
You're starting to break up, Cinto.
Uh-oh.
okay, I'm bad. Yeah, still the same.
Try it now.
All right. How's it sound now?
Yeah, a
Yeah.
little better.
Okay. Yeah. If one person may be up and the other person may not be so up, but they're working on their. Sorry. I'm in my 50s, so we are in this type of night. This type of night. But anyway, if you're you know, you're working toward a goal, you're trying to get there. You know, showing that ambition, you're goal oriented, and you're trying to strive for more. I can't ask for more from a person, no more than don't you know really put forth the effort and try to make it happen. You know, so what you're saying, I like where your head is, um, and like my man Fusions was saying in another statement, yeah, be careful because your sisters are our precious jewels. You hold the key to the existence of us as a people. So yeah, you wanna cherish that, and you wanna make sure you know take care of yourself accordingly. You know what I'm saying? And but I think you have your head on straight. I think I've heard enough to figure that out. You don't seem to be a wild chick or anything like that. You seem to be goal oriented, and you're giving yourself a chance to really be selective in who you choose to be possibly your mate for life. You're not rushing into anything, and that's good. Um, but yeah, I just any proud father of a daughter, we're gonna always have soft spots in our hearts for our daughters, and we want the best for them. And you know, um, we've already
You're gonna break up
educated them
again.
along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
No, you
in
sound good.
Buck,
You sound all right
I'm in
now.
Buck, I'm in Buck nowhere right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going
But
in
yeah,
and out, but right now you're good.
hopefully, we as men have done our job and we've educated our daughters along the way. So before they get to the age where you are now, they've already learned to to how to navigate the dating circuit, and knowing what type of guy that they want in their life. We shouldn't have to tell them how to date or what to date. Now if they ask opinion, that's one thing. And we
Breaking
obviously
up. Breaking up.
okay. How was that? Shoot. How was sound now? Do you hear me?
Yeah, try it now.
Okay. Yeah, we should have already done our job along the way, and if our daughters ask us for advice, and then yeah, we should chime in. But at the same time, we shouldn't try to dictate what they do 100% because one thing I learned, uh, my daughter and I, we have lots of conversations. I had to learn that she was an adult, many years ago, and so we have adult conversations now, of course. I still love her to death, but she know I will put that cape on and come to her rescue in a heartbeat. But at the same time, I don't try to force my ideology on her anymore. I just try to, teach her what to watch out for. I've done a lot of that over the years. I think she knows what I hope that she goes after, but I think she's made a good choice in the guy she's with now. Um, and I think she's smart enough to know what to get into and what not to get into because between me educating her on the aspect of what to watch out for with guys and her smarts and wits, I think it's cool. So um, I think you're at that point in your life. You know what you want. You know what you're looking for. You know what you don't want. And right now you're just enjoying life. And I think you'll make your own decisions later. Or if that right guy you run into that right guy, I'm sure you'll know what you have when you see it. So I don't think it's a job for me to have to try to tell you what you should be doing because I think you've already figured it out. And I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, do your best.
Here we get down and we don't have good phone reception. So
Yeah, because you're going in and
man,
out.
I'm
Yeah,
like, have,
sometimes it's good, sometimes it's
have
bad.
I started sounding like a robot yet?
Yeah, from time to time. It's
Yeah,
R2 then, R2D2.
I had to get Cal to get me back in this joint in a few minutes. You know where I'm at.
Yeah, yeah. But that's all
I
you
don't
can do.
know.
Just do your best. Do your best when it comes to that. Like I said, you gotta definitely as a female, you gotta protect yourself out there differently when it comes to that, the dating and stuff like that on multiple levels. And just be like I said, just be strategic with it. And that's the importance of you know, like my daughter's like, because I have a my youngest, she'll be 12 on the 27th of this month, you know, and I try to try to really to engage with her more about things, because a lot of times, I find that a lot of men, when they do have daughters, they may dote on them, but don't really take the time to engage with them and teach them certain things. You got to be able to teach them things and how to maneuver. And there's a lot of factors, that go into this. As it relates to our group here in this country. A lot of factors that go into that you have to consider. You know, and I feel like a lot of brothers haven't really done that. You know,
Yeah.
properly. Like honestly speaking, as a people, like me and my good brother Cinto, we discuss this a lot. You know, and I always talk about the cultural aspect of Americanism. That's why you hear me use that terminology. A lot of the things that we tend to do, our particular group here, is based on the ideology of this country. It don't necessarily mean that it's right for us. You know, we take on a lot of, our captors' ways, even down to dating, which is wrong. You know, which is very wrong, because you know, they're very misogynistic, straight up, straight anti-woman. That's why even their women. That's why feminism exists, because of them, because they had to fight. Even white women, for instance, had to have to fight for, still have fight for rights in the workplace and different things like that. They don't view them to them. They never have. They never have viewed them as anything. They're patriarchal. Everything is about the man-dominated. It's a man-dominated society. So when you're a woman in a society, they're not going to look at you with true equality. Because there's a lot of things that govern that thought process. And I'm looking at you in the same way. So you gotta definitely, as a young man, you gotta, if you haven't been taught that by your parents, and like I said, a father should play an integral role in the development of your daughter. As far as I'm concerned. I thought I just said D down for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's like you said, it was I heard you like when you was talking about the proposed date that the brother was trying to take you in the Fed. Yeah, that would have been a smart thing to do, to go to San Francisco, because you said it's only 30 minutes away from you. So close to home, that would have been smart. Did y'all go on a date?
No.
No, you didn't go. Okay. So he wasn't interested in that.
No, I had something pop up, so I couldn't go. So he changed it to April.
Okay. Yeah, but something like that would be smart. Go to a public place, someplace close where y'all can both meet and have a nice day. Just feel them out and see if they're obviously. I guess you said y'all been talking for a few months, so I guess it can't be that bad. You're still talking after that long. Must be some interest there on both sides. Yeah, I came onto the conversation. I came onto the show a little late, so I didn't really know. I didn't know what the full details was. And so, how did you and Kyle live near each other, right? You guys,
I yeah, your sound's a little messed up. You kind of sound
yeah,
like a robot a little bit too.
yeah, it's crazy. This weather is crazy out here. I'm here in New York,
Much
so
better.
yeah, I'm here in New York. It's like raining real crazy out here right now. Bugged out,
Okay.
and I
Kyle,
don't know. Like,
any other? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm about to say because since my phone updated, since I updated my phone, it's not really well like with my earbuds on the
Oh,
stream yard. Like I'm using the speakerphone right now. I would normally be using my earbuds, but for some reason, since that last update onto my phone, the StreamYard won't let my earbuds connect to the audio properly. So I've been having to use the speaker phone. Okay. Oh, you was about to say something?
no, I was just gonna ask Kyle if he had any more questions or if other people had um any questions
About dating. Yeah.
or just yeah.
What was it? So what the exact topic again? Like,
Yes, enlighten us, Kyle.
is he still on? I see his thing up, but I don't know
Big
if he's still on.
box. He done ditched us.
Hold on, what was this? Let me go look at the other page. The title of the page. Oh no. Uh, That's that. Let me, let me find it. Boxes. There we go. Hold on. Skip. Women Cash Wednesday. What do women want? Oh, that was a topic.
I think so. Yeah.
Uh, but I can't answer that. I certainly can't answer that. You'll do better in that department. You know. Then Santos must still be in a bad area. He'll probably call.
Well, Kyle will still need to connect them. And we have not heard from him yet. Um, I don't know what Kyle have said. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Said, what's my thoughts on the Kanye situation? Um, I don't know. I feel like divorce is never great. So, in that sense, like it sucks. And I mean, for Kim, this is what her third or fourth one now. For Kanye, it is his first. It to me just sounds like Kanye wants to be in his kids' lives, but not saying like he's dangerous around his kids or anything, but as a person who works in mental health and sees people with bipolar disorder on a regular, um, some of his actions might be scary to someone who is only used to dealing with it in the capacity of dealing with it from their partner, not just like from a professional standpoint. So maybe that's why things are happening for Kim and Kanye the way that it's going, and Kim feeling maybe scared or being reluctant towards letting Kanye just like do what he wants, but also Kanye's approach could be a little bit different. His delivery is a little brash and aggressive for sure. So it's not a good look for him. It definitely doesn't help his case, in my opinion. But I also feel like him expressing himself the way he does and saying everything he says on Instagram, he probably feels like that's his only way to have a voice in what's happening, and to be transparent about his experience of what's happening, even if it's not the complete true experience of what's going on, but it's his experience. Um, yeah, let's see. And someone's backstage, but I don't know where Kyle is, so he's not bringing people in. Um, yeah, I still can't believe Kim is messing with what's his name? With Pete. That was a shocker. That was a shocker. And yeah, I think he was somewhat right to at least express his opinion that he didn't want Pete around the kids for the reasons that he clearly expressed on his Instagram. Um, but also from Kim's point of view, we don't really know what Kim has said is acceptable or not acceptable, seeing how they both were dating other people when like they announced their separation. So there's that.
Oh, man, am I still going?
Yeah, I think Kyle went to sleep.
Yeah, he probably is.
Must have had a long day.
He probably is because he got to work. He probably is. But I see DJ's in the chat, but DJ's probably at work too. DJ, he also um can let people in and out as well if he's near his computer or the other phone. But he probably busy at work.
Oh, well, I guess if
Because he can he can control who comes in and out of the panel as well. DJ, I saw him come on real quick. So he came on for a hot second. So I mean he can still get in and out and let people in. But it's just a matter if he's free to do it at his job. Because I think he's probably at work. Let me read the chat. DJ best DJ we can barely hear. Yeah. Let's see. Kim gave dude. Brent Jones said Kim gave dude 50 million. Who she gave 50 million to?
I I guess Kanye. I don't know. We got someone new.
Man, 50 million.
Someone new has joined the
Nah,
chat.
yeah. Somebody got on. Let me see.
Yo, what's up, Hughes?
Oh, that's Max. What up, Max?
What's up, Playboy?
What's good with it?
I don't
How was your
see
trip?
I
How was
don't
your
see your
trip?
name, but hi to you too.
Oh, hi. How are
That's
you?
Desmond. Yeah, that's Desmond. Yeah,
What was y'all on tonight? Kyle had a woman show on tonight? What?
yeah,
Relationship advice?
yeah.
Where was this motherfucker 2 years ago? Nah.
We
What's up
expand.
with y'all? I see y'all talking about my boy Kanye though, man, the GOAT, man. What's up?
Yeah, they talking about. Somebody asked a question in the chat. Cento's back.
Man, I got
Santos.
Kim and Kanye
Hey,
situation.
Yeah,
y'all. I'm not gonna lie, I'm asleep. But y'all can
yeah,
stay
yeah.
on.
So we
Is
figured.
that Kyle? What? Welcome back, Kyle.
I I ain't gonna be here for too much longer.
All right, sweet dreams.
Yeah.
Get them $10 ready, Kyle.
For what?
I'll take $10 or $20 food stamps.
Okay.
Yeah, sleep. I'm gonna
Yeah,
probably head out too, so I can get ready for tomorrow.
for sure. What's up
But
with the boys though? Where you at, Santos?
y'all,
I gotta talk through my speaker on my phone. My tablet's tripping, it won't connect. I don't know what's up with I don't know what I'm having all kind of problems, bro.
Yeah, you and Pugilist having connection issues over here.
Look like I mean Desiree just checked out, huh?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's who am I speaking with?
Oh, that's Max.
Okay, I was just making sure. It's hard when I'm on speak on this cell phone, man, in this truck. It's not, the sound is all just it's kind of muffled because of the truck noise,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, it was some good conversation that came out of it. Stuff I got hemmed up in on that bad highway, all messed
Yeah,
up,
y'all
and then
chop
my
it up.
tablet
Y'all
wouldn't
cook for a
reconnect.
little bit. I gotta take care of
Kind of
something.
messed me up.
He at the job.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So what now?
So yeah, y'all cook for a minute. I gotta
What'd you say?
get something. Yeah, so y'all cook for a minute. I gotta take care of something here at the job.
Word.
Yeah,
What's been up, Mix?
I missed everything. Man, I've just been chilling, man. I finally fully recovered from my little vacation I took, so I'm back. I'm back in the mix.
What happened now?
No, I just went out to LA for a little music festival and shit, visit my fam and shit. So it was a little 4-day vacay. I went hard. Had to
Oh,
see if
okay.
I still got it, man.
Yeah, I feel. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. I'm just taking a day at a time, man. Trying to get through life.
that's all you can do, man.
We got life changing decisions to embark upon here in the short, and just gotta do what I gotta do to get to the next point in life, and everything will be everything. But I'm very excited about it. That I am, and I don't know if that's the adjective that people want to hear from me, but that's the truth. So it is what it is. I mean, I have mixed emotions about what stuff I'm going through right now, but I am excited in other ways about it. So it's all good. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I wish you the best, bro. How's that little case you got going, man?
Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. It's all some trumped up bull crap, man, and the so-called law enforcers don't have a clue as to what's really going on. Um, so they trumped up some stuff on me, and you know, um, I feel positive that I'll come out of it squeaky clean. Um, but at the same time, I shouldn't have to be going through these things because of the facts of
No, I lost you.
custom time and all that kind of bull crap. Just because they think they know best about what's better for a child who lives in my household, who I've been raising since they were 2 years of age, let alone taking care of them since they were birthed into this world. Um, and that's basically what it boils down to. So um, I know at the end I'm going to be okay. I hate what I have to do because it's going to affect negatively the lives of three persons. Mine is included in that three persons, and but I can't worry about that because I got to live my life, and at the end of the day, I want to be happy. So it is what it is, and shout out to the courts of Smyrna, Tennessee, for screwing up a family. You know what I'm saying? Let alone the child is being emboldened to think that well, they are giving more power to the child than they are the parents. And this, me and the other parent involved, um, even though we are grandparents, not direct parents. So it is what it is. Shout out to the judicial system in Smyrna, Tennessee, for thinking they know what they're doing, which they don't, and they're imposing their own personal beliefs and their own cultural beliefs, and how they run their household onto other people. And the thing about it, what they're doing emboldens kids, and then when these kids get old enough to start doing some negative things, which may be some law breaking things, possibly, they want to look at the parents. Now, parents are at fault sometimes, but not in all times. This is one of those cases. If something were to go like that, it may not happen. But I'm just saying, if this child were to be the same child that grows up and do something negative to this judge or these police officers or what have you, um, it's well deserved on the way I look at it right now. Because that's what they're creating. So what I'm trying to prevent is what they're creating, and it is what it is. But it's going to be all right. I just can't. I'm hoping to be able to close my eyes one night, and when I wake up, all this is over and done with, and my new life has started, and I'm good and golden from that point on. You know what I mean? It's good.
Yeah, man. I
But
got
hey,
faith in you, man.
yeah, I'm gonna be all right, bro. Trust me. That's just who I am. I got, I got, I got me on my side, and I have God on my side, and I have a lot of supporting friends, and they keep me encouraged. But between God and myself, we're gonna be all right. And unfortunately, I had to hire an attorney, but I did because nowadays, you got to have a key to the lock, and the attorneys are a key to the lock in the system. If you go in without an attorney, they're gonna try to run game on you, man, and just treat you like a pinball, man. You just
Oh yeah,
shoot you
them shits is.
whatever happens happens. But yeah,
Yeah,
it'll
that's
be all right
why.
with me,
That's
man.
why. That's why when I hear the arguments of the racial, the racial disparities in the judicial system, I think it has more so to do with the representation. It's just, if you don't got enough money, you don't got good representation, you ain't gonna win with a public defender. But most people that spend money on lawyers win their cases. I mean, it's a high success rate compared to public defenders. But
Well, I will my radio trip. I will say this though. I hear what you're saying, and in some cases you're right. In some cases, it just doesn't go that way exactly. Even though I have an attorney, that judge looked at me and saw a 6'2.5" black man. Believe it or not, and she assumed, even though she has the reports in front of her that shows I haven't touched them. Now, first of all, chastising your child is not against the law in Tennessee, as long as you're doing it the right way. But the child was never chastised. I never touched the child. And the judge looking at me, a 6'2.5" tall black man, and she assumed that I put my hands on the child. And she told me you keep your hands to yourself. You don't put your hands on anyone. And she's got all the reports in front of her. So, you know, that wasn't a great thing that she was referring to. She's looking at me, and apparently I may look intimidating to her and some other people. I've been told that by people that look like her, that I didn't appear to look like the easiest person to talk to. That's hard for me to believe because I've been nicknamed Big Friendly and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I try to keep it, I try to treat people, the way I want to be treated. Now, I know sometimes I may not have the most friendliest expression on my face because I may have something on my mind or I may be upset about something years ago. So I've always tried to make sure that, I come across as not the angry guy because until after I heard people refer to me, you're a tall guy, you could be a little bit intimidating for some people and stuff like that. I didn't realize that. And those people that were telling me that didn't look like me. So I can't help but believe that it had something to do with my appearance. And my attorney wasn't as tall as myself. My attorney was shorter, and he didn't look like me. The DA and my attorney were probably similar in height, same complexion. She didn't care about what they had talked about regarding me and the family, commingling together and things of that nature. And she started the way she did after she made those statements to me, basically telling me that I was guilty of a crime that I never committed, first of all, that I've been charged with, and the fact that I was guilty, period. So it's
Yeah.
not always that easy, man. I mean,
Yeah, man. Yeah,
it,
it's not. You
there are
just
people
guilty
out
of
there
being black,
who
man.
don't believe that
That's
way.
that's just the shit. That's that racist American bullshit. You just guilty of being black. Cause I've been told that same shit about I'm intimidating. I ain't as tall as you. I'm 5'9.5", 5'10", and I'm fucking light brown. And I've been told that same shit. That's just because you black. And they try to enforce their authority. As long as they have jurisdiction over us, they're gonna do that shit. It's
Right.
that simple, you know. You get in
Yeah.
a support system and shit like that, they're gonna do what they want to you.
Right.
You can't be in front of them because the system is not for us. It never
Right.
was and it never will be. And as long as that group is ruling, you're gonna be faced to have to deal with that shit. Point blank. That's why you would see me talk about that That's Americanism. That's the
Yeah.
Americanism
This stuff.
bullshit.
Business.
It's racism. It's straight.
This
They
stuff has
created
to
that
happen in
fucking
real life,
construct.
man.
They created that social construct. Black people didn't create that shit. They did. That shit was created by them. So that's why she's
Yeah.
talking like that. Because you can't tell me you're clearly looking at the evidence on the paper. It don't say nothing about you touching nobody. And then you're gonna tell a grown ass man, "Oh, you can't touch. You better not put your hands on nobody." That's just who they are, man.
Yep.
The fact.
And then the police comes in your home, and because you're a dominant force in your home. That's because you run your household. Okay. Um, I'm in shorts, house shoes, tank top. You know, and I'm trying to conduct some things in the kitchen of my home when the police get there, and because I refuse to give my identification to the police. Backup is called, and then when backup gets there, backup has attitude. Backup's going to demand me to stand in a certain place in my home that I refuse to. Now I'm being accused of what do you call it when you don't want to be arrested? Resisting
Resisting.
arrest. Yeah. uh, Gets roughed up by the police because of my size, you know, and I don't think of myself as a big guy. I really don't. I mean, yeah, I'm over 200 pounds, but I don't.
I've always seen myself. I know guys much bigger than me. Thicker is what I'm referring to. Some taller, but thicker is what I'm referring to. I'm not. I don't. And so I don't know how I appear to other people because I haven't had the luxury of stepping out of my body and looking through someone else's eyes. But as far as myself, I don't feel like a short guy and I don't feel like the tallest guy. I just feel like a man. That's what I feel like. But at the same time, when I go to someone's home, I don't have a certain feeling about who they are because of their skin color, their size, or anything like that. But some people do have those reservations in mind, and it's a reality. So it's not something that I'm not accustomed to, but it's something that I don't think about on a day-to-day basis. And so when I'm faced with that, it bothers me because it's like it never ends. It's constantly going and it's happening to people that look like me. Um, and now there are white guys out there that are big, tall, they're muscular, and they may have an intimidating look to them. Um, I still don't think they would have got treated the way I got treated in their home, the way I got treated in my home. Um, I think they would have. I think when I see me, I feel that when the average white police encounters the average white guy, he feels he has an opportunity to have a common um, level of communication with that guy because of they understand their culture. And I think the lack of understanding the opposition's culture is what happens to us in a lot of cases when it comes down to black men in law enforcement. And then the other part is who knows what those officers have experienced in their life. Maybe they've been picked on or beat up or uh, bullied around when they were younger in school or something. I know a lot of them a lot of them went through that. Not all of them, but some. So, or some of them just gone whole and they feel like this is an opportunity to release some of their frustration onto a person and they want to handle you the wrong way, beat on you, and then say you resisted arrest just to get away with it. Because I don't see a true definition of a resisting arrest. When I see somebody really resisting and trying to get away from the police, to me, that's resisting arrest. But when I see someone who's not really putting up a fight, who's not trying to harm the police, not trying to intimidate them in any kind of way, and they still get a resisting arrest charge, there's something wrong with that picture to me. And so, I got two trumped up charges on me for some bull crap in my home where I wasn't breaking the law. I was minding my business. And because this child called and acting all hysterical, you know, for no
Well,
reason, even after the police got there, it's just bull crap. So, I
but
mean,
you
it's
know
not
what it
always
is?
a situation where it's not a problem with your skin color because I would say, I would go as far as saying at least 80% of the cases that happen, skin color comes into play on how you're going to be treated.
Well, you already know what time it is, man.
Huh?
You already know what time it is when it comes to that shit, man. You know, that system is inherently corrupt and racist. Point
Yeah.
fucking blank. That's why they corrupt as fuck. They the biggest liars in the world. You understand? No, you can't just because you told they're gonna write that shit talking about you resisting arrest because you don't want to stand somewhere in your house. But that should be a eye opening thing for anybody listening to this shit. As long as you under their jurisdiction, you can be subjected to that shit. And it's showing you that
I don't think I have to resist arrest in my own household.
you're not in control the way that you think that people think that they are under the system. Yo.
Yeah.
And like I said, they're the biggest liars. They've ruined people's lives, man. That system, they like I said, that shit is inherently corrupt. When I'm talking about that shit, like I had an uncle that was a cop. He did that shit in the '70s. 80s, and he's like, yeah, that's some corrupt shit, you know. But they'll lie,
Can y'all hear me?
drop it. Now you breaking up. You was breaking. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why they
I'm gonna
do
go on
that.
mute for a second and get this load out, okay?
Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me one iota, you know, when you hear things like this, because this is what they do. You know, it's just a corrupt system from the start. Everything they touch turn to shit. You know, that's Americanism. Corrupt shit. That's everything they touch is fucked up, man. That ideology is bad. Ain't much good about it. Going there and lying that man, they do that every day, all across this country. There's people getting trumped up charges on them. Those groups of people in those police forces is lying, out and outright lying about some shit that happened. Then they want then they want you to respect that. You can't rightfully respect them when they doing shit like that. There's no way you can respect somebody doing that. So Max, man, you enjoyed your little vacay?
Well, yeah. I went to a little festival. Went to go see Erica Badu and Nas and the Roots and
Oh, okay.
big ass festival. You feel me? Music Soul Child. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Miguel, Gina Aiko. Yeah, it was lit.
Okay, no doubt.
Yeah, long weekend, man. I even went to a little punk rock show on what's that, St. Patty's Day too. So
Oh, damn, punk rock. They still do that shit. I ain't really still.
oh yeah, I was in the mosh pit, man, getting it. But
Man,
shit,
that,
pugilist, I'm gonna turn it down, man. I gotta take a one to school in the morning. So
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna hop on with y'all tomorrow night, man.
yeah, yeah, no doubt.
All right, God bless, man.
All right, stay safe. All right. Well, I'll be back with y'all in a second. Yeah, pardon, brother. I don't know if anybody's still in the chat. I just step away, take care of something here. Job. I was trying to see if Santos was getting back on, but I don't look like he's gonna get back on. Let me check that real quick before I step out. See, my man Brent Jones said he's suing the police for $500K. Damn, what happened? Be all my felonies, no lawyer, just pimp the public defender. Oh, no doubt, that's the move. You was able to do that. We'll never forget Officer Slash choking me in the backseat of the squad car, handcuffed. Or when I was handcuffed to the table in the interrogation room, and they came in looking for a reason because I did a rap. They came in full deep, steaming. We sued because the charge was faulty. A few weeks ago, they tried to smoke me after I pulled the strap on that fake blood. Played it cool, kept the tool. So much for asking a female. Oh, this highwayman, he says. So much for asking that female guest if she interested in the Cancun vacay. Brent Jones said my stock options are just making $2K a day. I have evolved beyond my past transgressions. Oh, that's a good thing, man. Nothing wrong with that shit at all. I think I'm gonna be rich by the end of the year. We'll have to see. Yeah, man, just keep up the good work, man. Keep striving towards that shit. Cancun, looking at the moon. In words, talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. RG Film, Rob G Film, cause I knocked the shit out of the boxing section. All I gotta do, keep it G. Yeah, they hit me with an ugly felony off a repo. Damn. Yeah, that ain't cool at all, man. But that's how they get down, man. The system. Yeah, that's foul. But all right, brothers, man. Like I'm gonna step off of this, man. I finish up doing what I'm doing. I don't look like the good brother Santos or anybody gonna be able to get back on. So I'm gonna dip out at this time, man. So you guys, y'all stay safe out there, and just avoid any negativity, man. Try to stay safe and positive out there. Peace to all the brothers and sisters, anybody that was in the chat this evening. And I guess we'll get back at it, man. Tomorrow, at the same bad time, same bad channel. You know how we do it. On that note, I'm out. Peace.